Maybe we'll get lucky today. We'll see. Oh yeah. It stopped doing the shader thing, unless that was just because of the update. I don't know how that works. I haven't researched it. Oh. I feel like there's a bunch of those, but maybe I'm misremembering. See? That monkey's got a long tail. Imagine being frozen that long and then waking up because somebody threw a coconut at your head. The coconut nut is not a nut. Oh, sorry. It's a macaque. Rude, honestly. catching strays every 5 seconds here. Alright, you. That's the main fight over there. And one of you two? Good lord. Alright. So the funny thing about that is because I was in the animation, but I have a curio that causes damage to him, he was hitting me. He wasn't doing damage to me, but because the curio does damage to him, he was getting injured. Alright, where are we on advancements? Okay, good. Okay, alright, alright. It's for Bane's resistances. Stronger Cloud Step. Okay. Good enough. Because I have the Ice Punch anyway, like, frost damage makes the most sense early on. But as time goes on and I want to like use different staves, like the thunder staff, that might help. I just have to alter the build. Thunder. Thunder. Thunder staff. Ho! No. Again, if you get that reference, you're probably as old as I am. That or you just like classic cartoons. I'm not sure which. Now, I'm not going to say I was an idiot child, but, you know, everybody's, like, fairly dumb in their young age, right? Because they just lack experience and knowledge. So, in my very, very early years, I assumed every cartoon or show that was made for kids was made in, like, what would be the equivalent of my lifetime, right? So, for example, if there was a show from, like, the 60s or the 50s, and it was a cartoon, I would have assumed it was made in my lifetime, and then it's just like, why'd they design it that way? Etc., etc. You know how many times that happened to me? Where I would watch The Rescuers Down Under, right? So that was a pretty quality film for my childhood. I would go back and watch The Rescuers and be like, why does this look so vastly different? Because I didn't understand the concept of the timeline shifting that much from one to the next. It's like, huh, why'd they make that choice? I feel like it should have been, like, similar looking. Because the other one looked so new and good, and just couldn't understand. That's a very specific example, but it always comes to mind whenever I bring that up, because I'm just like, it sticks with me so much. And honestly, I would love to see, like, another remake for The Rescuers nowadays. You know what I mean? Not like a 3D variant or anything else like that. Like a standard 2D animated film, solid quality, good story, good villain. Just give me another Rescuers, you know? Hell, I'll take another Mouse Detective, you know? Like, those are such lost opportunities. I feel like they either... Like, I don't know what the box office numbers were at the time. Maybe they all failed critically, and I just don't know any better. But, like, you know how many films back in the early 90s were about mice? You have any idea? Because we've got Fievel Goes West. We've got Mouse Detective, we got Rescuers, we've got Chip and Dale, we got, like, so much shit. And yes, I know Chip and Dale aren't mice, but they're still rodents. I qualify them in the same category. Sorry, not sorry. But it's just like, how many mice shows were there? You know? And that's not even including the kids show, because I'm pretty sure that there was another kids show out there about mice as well.
Faith and devotion, quite the notion. Yet how many can claim a mind so pure, still and sure? Look at you, through the heavy snow you roam. Desiring that thing, no doubt. I read your fortune before you came. Care to hear? Act not and be still, thy gifts art thy ill. If you seek your own end, I shall not stop you. Aye, the keeper of the New West. Welcome, the Destined One. Now fly!
And these transformations are cool, but you don't get to use any of them. They're like only story-based. It's like, if I want to be Wukong and I want to turn into like a fucking bat in the middle of a fight, like why couldn't I do that? And if they're
See
forced
that
transformations...
temple on the lake? Therein lies the thing you seek. The lord of this land is away. Seize it now and leave.
Pretty sure I cleared out the first store. Okay, good. I did. It's like, I'm pretty sure. So if you remember Gadget and Monterey Jack, you're a homie. They really should have brought those characters back into something. And again, I get that they let shows die and all that sort of stuff. I'm not saying that they should bring everything back. I'm just saying, like, there was some good stuff. There was some solid stuff back in the day. And you just don't see that type of quality anymore, you know? I think, like, the main part when I started realizing that quality was dropping, really, was pretty much when we were getting shows, and again, this is gonna date me a little bit, but when we can get shows like, for example, Uncle Grandpa into mainstream television, and we're quantifying that as good cartoons, right? And again, I'm not saying that you can't enjoy trashy TV. That's not at all what I'm saying. I'm just saying I don't think we were in the same quality as we were before. And I know it's not fair to compare Disney to anything else. I get that. But even Disney's kind of fallen off in some recent years. And they're just sort of like not in tune with what they were before. They're trying to change the times and they don't understand, and I completely get that. They just don't get it. When what they should have been focusing on was, like, I don't know, some good ideas. And I'm going to say something sacrilegious. Because even though I love Deadpool and Wolverine, love that film, it's not top quality, okay? It's just not. It's current. It's funny. But it's not good. Like, a lot of the references will get lost. And it was designed for the comic book nerds, which is me, and all that sort of stuff. But the humor is, like, you know, trashy. And that's okay. I'm not saying that that's bad. I'm just saying it's not as good as it could have been. Like, do I like a referential show that brings mention back to its old content? Absolutely. Do I mind any of that? Not a bit. But I want there to be some smart comedy as well. And I know that's asking a lot of Deadpool. I get that. But, like, something that just sticks with you, right?
Delightful. It still recalls your scent. When that monkey was alive, he was all about weeping and begging for help. Now, even in death, he led all you younglings right to me. This sack of mine can barely fit you all. Kang Jinglong, now that you are ready, go and weigh up this one for your master. See if this monkey merits a place amongst my disciples.
Yeah, I remember this cutscene being a little harsh in the game. god, because she's locked in like this, I can't hit her.
You have chosen your way. This time, there will be no easy way out.
I don't understand the reference here. We beat the Long, and then somehow we end up in a whole different location. And then the macaque comes and he says, I'm gonna knock you the fuck out. Or something along those lines. And then we end up in a cell. So that part I would understand if it had been like that. But we just sort of end up here. I couldn't tell what the hell was happening. That was mostly because of the camera angle, but alright, sure. You grabbed me. The only reason I hate this section is because it gets fucking really confusing later on, but we'll manage, I guess. Because the door symbols don't tell you where they were before when they disappear. You just kind of have to remember to go back and go get them. Which sucks, because going back and forth up this fucking thing is obnoxious. And you screw up one time, it's GG's. Granted, I should be fine at this point, but the first time going through here, holy shit. Rude, isn't it? this is the start of the area I was at, which is fine. All technically first floor, but that's fine. Come back later. Again, it literally took this concept from Dark Souls, but that's fine. Because Dark Souls has a similar gimmick in more ways than one. The prison, the floors, the health drain.
Those who end up.
feel like I could get over there, but we're not going to risk that right now. There are some stupid jumps in this game. I don't think that's one of them, though. Oof. I gotta remember, I can fall off these ledges. Not that I want to, but I can. Worth. If you ever wonder why I rely on RNG Frog, it's because no matter which element it pulls or non-element, I'll be fine no matter what. Literally, no matter which one it pulls, it's gonna affect the enemy. Okin dokin. Seem that I have unlocked the doors. We'll know here shortly. Yes, I did. Core. Oh, sorry. So in the other New Game Plus playthrough of this section, I think I died to gravity plenty of times there as well. But in this particular case, I think we're going to be fine. Don't know why I didn't awaken that already, but fine. I'm just stupid, I think.
posed as my trail and tripped us full force, and I was foolish enough to fall for his trap. 4 mighty captains. I got rid of my eyes and ears to shield myself.
Ah. Those chants, got it. Man literally said, I'm cutting off my eyes and ears. I guess I would too if I'd given up on everything. Those do look like treasure coffers, don't they? They aren't, but they look like it. Now, to be fairly honest, not really a fan of China or their government. Not the people of China, but like the government and how it's ran, basically. I realize how ridiculous it sounds, but I am kind of excited that they can make a game of this quality, you know what I mean? Granted, they probably did get some benefit because, like, it's based on Chinese myth and legend. But even then, like, this is a great game. It gets a little ridiculous, though, like, because there's, like, a call for, like, mysticism as being fact in a lot of ways. Things like feng shui and all that other stuff. What was the goddamn martial art? I don't know if it was feng shui. It was like something similar, though, where it's completely bullshit. Like, it's not actually a martial art. But they, as the government, will, like, fight tooth and nail to, like, protest that it actually is. Purely because of the spectacle. Talking about China's government, basically. and maybe you know, Sock, like, I don't know if it's feng shui. What is the martial art of China? It's not kung fu. Like, kung fu is part of it, but like that's not the fake one. They have like a fake martial art that they really like purport as like being a official martial art, so to say. And I can't remember what it's called. It might actually be feng shui, but I'm just like, I don't know if that's it. Yeah, but it's something in this. It's something like in a similar design. It's like channeling chi, you know, that sort of thing. What is that? There's something, and I don't know what it is. I can't remember. Is it Tai Chi? It might be Tai Chi. I didn't know if it was Chinese or not. I hate that bad. I don't really know if there's a way to, like, fight that thing. I think I just have to run, but I don't like the idea of running. But no, it could be Tai Chi. I just don't know if it is. But feng shui is bullshit also. So, China, as the government, like, really wants to call it, like, an official martial art, right? Like, you can use it for combat, and... At least the one I'm thinking of. And they get really huffy if you tell them it's not real. Like, as far as, like, banning you or not letting you in the country, that sort of thing. Trying to remember the name of it. And it could be one of the things we've already mentioned. It doesn't sound right for some reason. I don't know why, but it doesn't sound right. Stop it. You could just tell me in the chat. You don't have to send the names in DM. It's okay.
Kill a few more, then I...
Again, you could really easily tell based on a description, let alone anything else. It's a lot of... I'm sure it's a lot of names. You're a goober. Like, literally, I could just look up fake Chinese martial art. Like, just, what's the top listing? Just Google that. Xiaodong. Describe that martial art. What's the synopsis? Zhu Xiaodong might be it. Wing Chun is just funny. Kung Fu isn't part of it. Okay, so a guy named Zhu Xiaodong. Yeah. What did he say? What was the story? That might be right. Because, yes, there was an MMA fighter that fought some sort of, like, master of the whatever this is. And knocked him the fuck out. And then ban that thing when you get back. It's okay. Thank you. It was Tai Chi. Okay. No, alright, sure. That makes sense. That tracks. yeah, Tai Chi. Hilarious. Hilarious. Didn't expect to one-shot the man. Who did I get pinged by? Oh, lost my sanity. Of course. One of the sad things, like there's a lot of like more popular YouTubers and everybody else that I used to like watch religiously that have just sort of like backed down from their careers, and it's disheartening. I get why people do it, but you know, when you find like a bigger name, right, that you follow religiously, and they sort of just like don't commit to their content in that way, like, it doesn't have to be perfect. I'm not saying that it has to be like top quality all the time, but like back in the heyday, right, they would upload and all that sort of stuff. And I've been guilty about that recently, but only because I haven't really found anything new to upload. I'm not sure what content I could really put out there on YouTube, right? That people want to see necessarily. Because a lot of my stuff is very long form. I don't have an editor. I would love an editor. But, you know, that's all takes money that I'm not generating through the work. And yes, I could invest my own assets into it, but I'm trying to be somewhat responsible, if that makes sense. So it's one of those catch-22s where I need to invest in it a little bit more, but I also need to find a way to earn more. And earning more and making more means spending more. That or finding someone who really, really, really likes what I do and wants to spend a lot of money really, really badly. And I have no disillusions about the kind of streamer and content creator that I am. Like, I am very low on the totem pole. I do get, like, a decent number of viewers from time to time, but it's maybe double digits at best. Right? And at worst, it's just me some nights. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. That's still better than most streamers on the platform. I'm not saying anything negative about my viewership or anything else like that. On the flip side of things, even if I do have viewership, I don't necessarily have, you know, like, invested viewers. And not to say that they aren't invested, but, like, what I mean to say is, like, somebody who makes clips, somebody who gift subs, somebody who puts bits into the work, all that sort of stuff. And I understand that a lot of my fan base is either broke or doesn't have the money, and I would not wish anybody to spend money that they don't have. Like, that's not what I'm saying. But it's one of those things where it's just like, I can see where if you are somebody who makes content, right? If you are somebody that you kind of have to rely on that for a living, right? It's a little rough if you lose that momentum. And I've tried different things in the past. I still have, like, my merch stuff in the store, which is, like, custom made. I don't think anybody's bought a single thing from that store. I'm being dead honest. I don't think anybody's bought a single thing from that store. And I spent a good amount of time, like, putting together, and I'm not saying, like, it's the top of the top, but I put together, like, a couple of things that I thought were funny. I was being hilarious. Put some emotes on it, you know, all that sort of stuff. I'm like, okay. If somebody wants this, they can get it, right? But that was time and energy and effort that I had to put in. And to not have, like, somebody to be invested in my creation, it kind of hurts a little bit, but I understand why. Like, especially if somebody's broke, it's just like, I would love to, but I don't have the money for it. I would love to, but I don't have the income. Or I would love to, but I didn't like the idea. You know, it's all of those things are perfectly valid, right? But I just don't know what the proper step forward is. How do I get out of the bubble and make growth happen, you know? And there's a lot of people out there that are like, oh, well, you know, have a streaming schedule, all that sort of stuff. And it's just like, I would love to make a streaming schedule. Unfortunately, I also work for a living right now. So I can't make anything as a consistent plan because it'll change from day to day. Like collab with people and all that sort of stuff. And I throw, you know how many hooks I throw out there? Like, I'm like, hey, anybody looking to play this? Anybody looking to partner up with this? Anybody looking for training on this? I am more than willing to do it. Whether they're a content creator or not, right? I don't even care. Like, it could be literally any random person. And they're like, hey, let's get this going, right? I'll be like, sure. And I'll drop whatever I'm doing at the, you know, drop of a hat. Just...
Kill every guest!
And then I look at, like, I see some people out there that are offering services as, like, a manager and all that sort of thing. But I don't have enough knowledge inside the industry to be like, is that a good idea? Like, am I managerable? And is the cost worth it? You know? I know I'm hitting the deep questions here. But literally all my models and everything, like, are done by my buddy Shin, and I adore Shin. I haven't heard from him in a minute. Well, that's the thing. Like, I do want feedback on, like, what I'm asking here, you know? It's just like, I do want to, like, sort of get better. I want to make content that the people who are here watching the content want to see. Does that make sense? It's like, if you're not interested in this game, it's like, all right, I can play other things. It's okay. I could also stream the same game every day if I wanted to. You want to know, like, the one game that gets me the most viewers every time I stream it consistently? It's Dead by Daylight. It is. It used to be, Phasmophobia, but I haven't been in VR in a minute, and that was back when it was a niche, right? Like, not a lot of people were playing Phasmo, let alone Phasmo in VR. So I hit a nice little market there, right? But I'm like, what else do I do? I'm decent at fighting games. and I've talked about this many, many times, I would love to get a group together to play fighting games. The problem is, fighting games as a community are very, very harsh to new people coming in. Like, they are extremely harsh on people coming in. And they think that's a good thing, and I can't argue one way or the other. I can basically say what I feel about it. But you get what I'm saying here, right? It's just like, sure, I would love to have people more invested in fighting games, people I can play together with, people I can get tournaments involved with, all that sort of stuff, right? Like, Chloe's a good friend, right? She's a fantastic friend. She's also a fantastic streamer, right? And I bring it up to her every day. It's like, why are you not streaming this? Like, why? You should be streaming this. And she's like, oh, I don't want to look bad in front of my stream. It's just like, but you do perfectly fine. You do great. The fact that you're keeping me on my toes and I can't, like, I can't let off the pressure should tell you everything you need to know. And she's like, oh, but I'm so bad. And it's just like, no, you're not. No, you're fucking not. And there's no way for me to not make this seem shallow, right? There's no way for me to not make this seem shallow. But she does have more viewers than I do. She does have more eyeballs than I do. She has more connections than I do. Well, part of it is like, yeah, like, I get that. So, the point I'm trying to make here is, like, if she was streaming it and she was getting more eyes on it, that helps us all, at least in my mind. And again, do not get me wrong. I am not saying that anything she is doing is wrong. I'm not saying that she should compromise because I am asking her to. What I'm saying is, in a hypothetical universe, we could get a group together, right? And we could make, like, gaming content together, right? As a group. And I'm not looking for, like, the spotlight here. I'm looking for just a community that, like, hey, I really like what you're doing, all that sort of stuff. Again, money's not a factor in this. That's not my worry. I'm not, like, looking for people to be like, oh, well, he's just asking for subs and bits and blah. It's like, I don't care. Like, I'm going to stream no matter what. I've been streaming no matter what for many, many years now. In spite of everything. There have been days and months and years where I would have no one in my stream. But I did it anyway because I wanted to stream. Like, I love gaming. I enjoy getting good at video games. I play so many games, it's absurd. Like, there was a whole Among Us age, and I got, like, people who were really invested in that game together. Just random people in the community. And I was all about it, right? Like, I was great at, like, hosting that sort of thing, setting up, like, different variations, having a good time. And I kept my ears open because, like, there were members of the group, I'm not going to name names. There were members of the group who felt that they were being targeted or isolated in Among Us. I want to get good at taxes. Right? I need to figure that out too. Like, that's, I keep talking about it and I keep talking about it. This is the same thing with emotes. Like, I did get some new emotes a couple months ago and all that sort of stuff. So again, don't make. I get where you're coming from, but you know, I was keeping an ear open, right? But some of the members of the group were like, "Hey, listen, I don't feel like I'm having fun. I get targeted first, or blah 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 blah." And it's easy to feel that way, right? In any game, it's like if we were playing competitive shooting game and they're the person that dies first every time, why would they keep playing? So I brought it up in the community. I'm like, hey, listen. Some people are feeling targeted, so we're going to put a halt on Among Us to my own detriment, right? Even if it was like content that people were watching or wanted to play, I was like, I'm not going to compromise the people in my community if they're feeling bad just to get more viewers or more money or anything like that. Like, I would never do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to compromise. Because they're the ones that have been here, right? They're the ones that are watching me and enjoying what I do and all that sort of stuff. Now, granted, a lot of them have moved on or figured out other things, or they just lost interest over time, and that's okay. Like, I know my retention is bad. I'm not gonna say that it's good, but I know my retention's bad. Because I don't appeal to a lot of people very quickly. Like, once you get to know me, then I'm more appealing. But right off the bat, I'm very off-putting. I'm very serious. And I don't like to throw the sex card out there, but I am a man. And in the VTubing community, you're going to see that a lot of the top VTubers are not men. Now, granted, you're going to look at the other side of things, but look, the top streamers are men. It's just like, yes, they are, but they also have, like, fucking Mr. Beast in their back pocket or some other guy or something like that. You know, it's just like, I'm just saying. They've got money. They can make that work. But that's where I get, like, I get into these conversations, again, like, I bring it up frequently nowadays, because I do pay attention to, like, the fanslies of the group, or the OnlyFans, or anything else like that. And there are some things I can tap into in the market that people aren't tapping into. For example, there is NSFW mods for Guilty Gear Strive, and I know that that's sort of, like, looked down upon, but there's a market there. You know? Oh, yeah. You can find it. You can literally look up Guilty Gear Strive mods. It'll probably be like one of the first things that comes up. And I am fully willing to admit that sex does sell. I am fully willing to admit that. Because it does. Anybody arguing otherwise is clearly mistaken and wrong. See, you say that, right? I also agree with that sentiment. I also think it's fun. But there are those who think of it as taboo, wrong, not okay. Hate these guys. But again, let's be quite honest. In that sort of market, NSFW or otherwise, the main contributors to that market, guess what? Aren't exactly women. I'm merely stating facts here. I'm not saying that there aren't any. I'm just saying a lot of them are either trying to get into that market or aren't interested in buying anything from that market. Now, if you are one of those people that says no, you heavily disagree with that, by all means, tell me. That's perfectly fine. I have no problems with a good old-fashioned discussion. I literally, as a point of note, I saw a VTuber the other day, fully clothed. And again, this is fine. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with this. Fully clothed, moaning into a mic. 10 grand. 10 grand from that. I'm not even kidding. Now, granted, that is one of the extreme cases, but there's a market there, you understand? Like, I get it. Like, it sells. You go for it. You go get that bag. I'm not against it at all. But could you say the same thing if, let's say, I did something similar, right? That's what I mean, right? Now, whether it's it for empowerment reasons or, you know, it's actually something that, you know, got you going. You know, that's fine. And I think there is a societal issue on that front as well. I'm not saying that there aren't definitely faults, because we all get the jokes about the D pics from guys, right? And I'm not speaking for anybody here, but I know there's a majority cute in a different way. Well, again, I'm not asking you to, like, out yourself, but what is that different way for you? And again, if that's a private conversation, that's a private conversation. Perfectly fine. And I'm not saying that there isn't a market for, like, cute men, because there obviously is. Like, that's the whole reason, like, femboys are a thing now. So you're saying men are the plastic toy in this case? Is that the comparison we're making? Fun to stare at, but not really to do anything with? Or, like, you wouldn't spend your money on it, that sort of thing? But back to the other thing I was talking about. But yeah, like, I feel like there are a number of women who have suffered from some pretty heinous masculine, like toxic masculinity or unwanted advances or anything else like that. Completely understand that. Semi-unrelated? Okay, so that was just the thought from before. No, that's fair. I get what you're coming from, though. Yeah, so you want something you could hold and also be cute, is what you're saying. Like, if you were going to buy something for yourself, just having, like, a figure wouldn't be enough. I completely forgot about the dumb plants. But let's run a hypothetical. Again, since you're here anyway, let's run a hypothetical. So again, I love Guilty Gear. I love Strive, all that sort of stuff. Right. So the main draw of the femboy market actually isn't necessarily the female market, right? Like, there are some guys that are just into that idea, and that's perfectly okay. But again, that's a male market. Like, girls aren't paying for that. Guys, they'll pay for that. So the question is, and again, like, there are other topics that spring off of this, but like, what is the girl equivalent of that market? What is that niche? What is that thing that's missing? So the reason I ask is, like, and again, I think it is societal to a degree. I think it is societal to a degree. Right? So, for a prime example, right? If you ask 10 men what they like about a woman sexually, right? It's going to be one of basically 3 answers. It's like, oh, I like them with nice boobs, I like them with a nice butt, or some other variation of, I like a pretty face, you know, that sort of thing. Like, I feel like that's going to be a 10 out of 10. Is there an equivalent on the other side of things? Is there an equivalent on the other side of the table? And I don't think there is. Oh, I really like his personality, or, oh, he's so funny, or, you know, something along those lines. And it's just like, okay, but how do you sell funny? Do I have to make a sketch comedy show now? Like, what do I have to do? And again, I'm talking purely in, like, salesman talk here. I'm not talking about, like, getting to know your partner or anything else like that. I'm not talking about relationships. I'm talking about purely in that market of marketing yourself, right? I don't want anybody misconstruing this as, like, relationship related, because it's not. Those are 2 different ball games. And I've had, like, open discussions with my parents and everything else like that about, like, what their tastes are and everything else like that. Not in any, like, evocative ways, but it's just like, oh yeah, I find, you know, this person attractive, or oh, I find this attractive in a person, blah 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 blah. Like, I could tell you my mother's celebrity crush, right? Like, she has a type. It's a very obvious type. She really likes a big, muscly, oiled up guy, okay? Like, that's her thing. She really loves that type. So Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Kevin Sorbo back in the day, anybody that could look good in oil and a shirt off, she's probably got that down to an art. You know what I mean? Like, there is just a type she has. Now, is my stepfather anything like that type? No. But she does find other things attractive about him that she liked and she fell in love with him for, and that's fine. Yeah, Jason Momoa, yeah. So that would be my mother's type as well. Mm-hmm. Like, they find that attractive. And I'm not saying that they're wrong. Do you think if there was a market for, like, Jason Momoa porn, would they be on that list? Maybe. I'm not trying to think about that, obviously, but, you know, like, those are the sorts of things where you're, like, thinking, well, that is a market. There is a common link there. And I think that qualifies for, like, the older generation, right? Because that was their type. That was their thing. So did that guy drop a soul, or am I stupid? I feel like I spent a ton of resources and I didn't collect anything from him. Ah, there it is. I was about to say. Like, I know there were, like, moms that fell in love. Okay, I'm going to talk about, I think it was Shrek 2. Yeah, Shrek 2. Where there were, like, a bunch of moms that fell in love with human Shrek in Shrek 2. You know? I feel like there were that many moms that were just like, oh my god, he's so handsome. You know, that sort of thing. You'd be surprised. You'd be shocked. I've heard some horrific things. And obviously, everybody has their own taste. I'm not saying every man is looking for TNA, right? A lot of them are. But I'm not saying every man is looking for TNA. But that's exactly it. So, in your own personal opinion, Sock, like, have you ever in your life considered paying for those services at all, male or female, like on either side of the spectrum? Or any other variant? And why do you think that is? Because you need a connection. Okay? Would you say that's a common trend? Would you say that the connection is the big issue? Is that why there's probably not a market out there? Do you feel like that's a common thing? Because I'm betting that's probably it. I will bet you anything that that's probably the issue. And connections are not easy to make. To draw a comparison, a man could have 100 friends, and they could all share a drink and have a great night together, and they only know each other's first name. That's it. That's the only thing they know. They know nothing else about any of the other men in the room. They just say, hey, boys, let's get a drink, you know, have a good time. In the same scenario, I feel like the ladies, if they were to get together, it would be like at most 5 or 6 in a group, and they'd all have their own little section, and that would be it. Like just that little group. And they'd all be in the same room, but they'd just be in like different corners. And then at some point they'd be like, oh my god, Becky over there, she's such a bitch. Did you hear who she slept with? Oh my god, what a slut. Oh, you know, that sort of talk. Whereas a guy would just be like, hey, the fucking game's on, let's go!
Well. Harsh winds and an old friend. I couldn't be happier. Join me. Snow is the best soil for poetry. I shall decide and see where it
Sorry, I got distracted by a fight. But anyway, so the same thing's true, and this is why you don't see like a lot of.
Hold it, my friend. Sit with me a while.
I'm gonna skip this. This is why you don't see like male strip clubs. Does that make sense? You have gay strip clubs, but you don't have like
beast or
men for women
None shall dare to
at
draw
strip
nigh.
clubs. If the women want to see that, they have to go to the gay strip club. Like, it's a very primitive and a very simple instinct for a man, right? It's like, naked woman, good, right? That's it. That's all it takes. Like, no matter where you go, that market will not change. Anywhere in the world, with maybe a few religious exceptions, like, that market is not changing. So what is the market for ladies on the other end of the spectrum? What is the base instinct, right? What is that primal instinct, right? That says, I'd spend money on that. And obviously, like, there's the tropes, like jewelry or perfume or any of those other things, which I personally don't understand myself. Cute things, boy bands. And you don't think that that goes into the femboy market? I'm asking an honest question. Like, just a cute boy, sort of K-pop looking mofo. You know what I mean? What's the differentiating factor? What's different from K-pop star to femboy? Is it like a sultry voice? Is it that they sing well? Is singing the factor? And there's like, I know of other markets like the monster effers and that sort of stuff. So for those who don't know, like there is a market out there for like, oh, I like a big fuzzy guy that looks like a werewolf, that sort of thing. Werewolves are hot. Would you say a werewolf is cute? See, I think we're getting conflicting information, but I want to make sure.
Keep at it. You could melt into blood and pus.
Darling, come on. It's perfectly cool in here. Join me inside.
So why is a werewolf hot?
Such humor.
But
Admiral. Let go of
the
your
market is
stubbornness
for
like
the
a request
K-pop
master to set you
cute
free.
guy.
Then I'd be open to joining you.
What's the difference?
I don't deserve you. That old bastard.
Because I feel like one is primal, and the other one is just, oh, that thing's cute.
Bend to his will.
And guys can find things cute, but I feel like the other one is more primal.
Pity. Reckon it won't be your master who unlocks these
Does that make
metals
sense?
eventually.
These gold symbols are made by our Grand Master. And you think a puny monkey can go beyond that?
We'll come back to this question after this fight. But keep it in mind, because I'm going to ask it again. Turtle!
You've roused Turtle, General. How could you know he's here below?
Turtle? Snake? Who cares? I caught a whiff of monkey stench familiar enough for me to sound my welcome.
Master valued your talents. He kept you alive beneath the pagoda for your own good. How ungrateful. Evidently, you just don't deserve the ecstasy of the New West.
Snow in Austin. Huh. Weird.
Tremors spawn thunder. Cactus spawn bolts. Then... Stubborn as a stone, my word is based on you. Now that my persuasion's failed, you'll go back to the pagoda and be remade. The clouds surge and shiver with thunder! My fault. Follow your way. That's what makes one tremble with delight. Master's right. Monkeys are set in their ways. Still, though, you'll never crack the gold symbol.
Keep in mind, I had no magic like that. I did have a transformation, but it basically meant nothing. Take care of your exam, Fuka, no worries. Thanks for stopping by, though. Favorite large soul. That race, it never gets old.
What took you so long? Constipation? I was nearly cooked alive in there. Move it. Blasted eyesore. Wasn't even worth my second glance back in the court. That same look again. A furry coat and a pinched face. Luck's all you've got. Great, another mute. Whatever. Let's not dally. Now the turtle and I have shared a few tales. That yellow brow is not like her foes. That old monkey from Mount Quagro asked me to back you up here to see his ugly tricks. He told me that once we gathered all 6 relics, it bring Wukong back. Let's say I buy it for now. I'll go and catch up with him first. You take a look around.
Alright. But anyway, so back on the topic. There's a thirst, right? There's a want for the werewolf, quote unquote, right? Werewolf man, hot, attractive, sensual. All of these words could be used to describe that feeling, right? Tell me if I'm off the mark.
For what deed must his head be hung for all to see? For what
So I'm right.
deed must the waters they governed roam free?
Is there a part of you that's like,
Must all matters
I would
not
pay for
known
something
how
like
to
that?
be? For what deed must mercy's hand so woe upon thee? For what deed
Must the Cyan One onto the shores flee? Evening light on snow, paths clear below. Lightning strikes in flow, all happens before you know.
And again, this is a serious question. Okay. Now, why do you think that that's different on, let's say, the male side of things? Why would they spend money for something that is also technically free? Technically. Only to go spend money elsewhere. And I want your hypothesis on this. I want your thoughts behind this. Do you think that's stupid?
For what
Do you think they're wrong?
must his head be hung for all to see? For what deed must the waters they governed roam
So
free?
again, like we're going off the same assumption here, right?
Must all matters not known how to be? For what deed?
I really did
must
need the story
mercy's
again.
hand
I'm gonna
so
what deed you
woe
here in a minute.
thee?
What deed must the Cyan One onto the shores flee? Evening light on snow,
So the question is,
lightning strikes in flow, all happens
why do you think
before you know.
men would pay for NSFW services? For example, videos, pictures, anything along those lines, when technically they could find that for free. Why do you think that is? Are you pain in the ass? Have I bought it? It's one of my own endeavors. Honestly, as someone who's sold in the past, generally have no idea. I think some it has to do with personalization of it, depending on if they're buying from someone directly, for example. So this goes along with the line of you need that connection with somebody, right? You need that connection. That you're affecting somebody in some way, right? Positive, negative, the connection's the important part. So again, going back to the previous question, I've already asked this. Why do you think there's not a female market? So that's the question I come up with. But I know that there are other things like in the SFW scene that have the same problems. Like, why do you think the WNBA is looked down upon more than the regular NBA? Or why do you think it doesn't make as much money? Or why does the women's soccer team not make as much as the men's soccer team? I know the answer to this, but I want you to speculate and I want you to give me an answer of what you think that is. I have talked about this in the past. So, I believe that you have somewhat of a point there, but if here's the other problem, and I'm gonna twist your head into a knot here. Why, when the world is essentially 50% men, 50% women, and again, there's a little bit of variance here or there. I think there's actually more women now. Why are women not taking up the mantle? Why are women not interested in women's sports? Why are they not in the seats? Where are they at? I will let anybody answer that question for me. I really want to know. Where are they at? But you just said men aren't going to these things, right? Because, you know, they don't want women doing sports, which are supposedly men's stuff. So, where are the women? And again, I am being genuine here. Like, I feel like they would do significantly better if they were selling to their own group, right? Like, the NBA does well in a male market. The NFL does well in a male market. Is it because we're gay? Is that the insinuation? Or is there a problem? So is it? And again, I do not misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying there wasn't misogyny. I'm not saying that there wasn't like some classist, sexist shit in the past. There definitely was. There 100% was. What I'm saying is, if you fill a soccer stadium for the men's team, but you only get a fourth of a stadium of the same size for the women's team, is it any wonder, even if they're doing better in their own circuit, champions or otherwise, that they're making less money because they're not selling to the same amount of patrons? Is it on men to take up that role to be their patrons? That's what I'm saying. Like, would promotion help? Do you think promotion would be an assistant to that? Because how, like, how far can you blame men, right? And again, I'm not saying I disagree. I'm not saying I disagree at all. And there has been some data collected. I forget who it was. I think it was like Mark Wahlberg or somebody else who made a soccer team. And it was just like teenage boys and something like that. But they all entered a tournament. Like there was no exclusivity. Everybody was allowed to join. No matter what their team variant was, professionally or otherwise, right? And I'm taking this from like my memory, so don't take me on this like as official lore or fact. But if my recollection is correct, towards tomboys? Hey, listen, tomboys are great. Even I like tomboys. But no. There was some sort of soccer tournament. They got a boys team, and they had the women's national team, or something similar, and they played a game against each other. And this was just like a bunch of teens, right? Young teens, young men. And I think the women's national team got destroyed. And again, do not take what I'm saying as fact, just from what I remember. So does that mean that the teen boys who had then beaten the national team, who get a paycheck from doing that, do you feel like it's fair that they aren't getting paid? Should the boys be getting paid just as much as the women are? When they get paid nothing? Even though they're champions? Is that sexism? Is that classism? And again, I know I've gone off the main topic. We're going to come back to it. But like this all does go roundabout. Are you saying that in your opinion, they perform worse in the sport? We're gonna come back to this point, so keep that in mind. Purely based on like just what their gender is, they perform worse. And again, these are teenage boys, not full men. These are like 15, 16-year-olds. It's not equal footing. These are the sort of thought experiments I put myself through. Because, like, I do, like, there are times in the past where I had to question myself. I'm like, why is that true? I used to be a teenage boy. I know. But they were all professionally trained athletes, at least to some degree. And the boys had less years experience than the women did. Like, these were all professionally trained athletes. And the boys had less time. Strength difference matters, training or not. Okay. So, think about what you just told me. Think about that for just a moment. Think about what you just said to me. So, men should go to and attend women's sports, right? That was the first initial thought. But they should pay money that goes to their paychecks for what is essentially a game that performs less well than it would for a teenage soccer match, which in majority of cases you pay no money for. Is that what I'm understanding? And again, I know I'm being unfair here. Just follow me along here for a moment. But you just said that there's a difference in performance because of physical strength. If they're not able to keep up with the teenage boys, is that not less of a well performance? Their job is to score goals. If they can't do that, no matter the opponent, aren't they doing bad? I'm being devil's advocate, by the way. I am very much being devil's advocate. I know I'm sounding mean. I'm being very mean. You have to understand. Like, that's not necessarily how I feel about this. But follow me along here. Do you see how that can be a little confusing, though? Do you see where a man might think for themselves, like, well, if they're not performing... Again, we're both part of the same species. But if I can get a better game with more physical engagement from teens playing soccer than I can from a female team playing soccer, why would I spend money? And this is from the male mindset here. I don't like the male mindset, it's cringe. Now, what I am of the belief of, personally, I'm gonna talk about my personal feelings. I do feel like women can compete on an even playing ground with men and be fierce competition. I feel like that is highly possible. I also understand the biology of men and women, and I understand that testosterone and among other things, performance enhancing or otherwise, that yes, there are complications. I got that. Completely understand it. But what I also understand is No, absolutely. So, what I also understand is if I'm going to watch a sport and I want to see the best of the best of the best play that sport, where am I going to watch that sport? Where are the best of the best? So do you understand at least that point of things? I'm not saying I disagree that, we should have more engagement in female sports or like giving money their way or anything like that. I have no issue with that. No, that's why college ball is so important too. College ball is like so huge for like a bunch of men and women who are in sports. Because it is their scholarships. And they don't get paid for that either. At least in most colleges. I don't know if they've changed that yet. I think there were some that were thinking about it. But this is where, like, that whole conversation about equal pay comes in again. And it's like, if you fill the seats, that makes sense. Champion or not. If you fill the seats, yes, you should get more money. 100%. Now, is that on the team? Is that on the promotion team? Is that on the owner? Who is that on? Who's at fault? Is it on the fans? And my argument would be it's on the fans for the most part. Promotion would help a little bit more, but I feel like, fans bring the money, and the fans aren't there, they're not bringing the money. Go ball, Wu team. So, this is the same thing for, and again, this is not a perfect or a fair analogy, but I feel like in NSFW circuits, right, men will support many women on that platform. I feel like they will support so many women on that platform. Maybe not the way most other women would have intended, but I feel like they are doing just that. They are big fans of that sort of work. No, it's fine, Fuqua. Like, this is an open discussion. It's fine. We can have good or bad opinions. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, where's the female market right now? That's my question. Where are they at? What is the common thread? What is the thing that would pull every one of them together? Well, not everyone, but most of them together. And like the second I brought up werewolf, right, Sock? You were like, oh, werewolves are fucking hot. Okay, why are they hot? What is that thing, that carnal thing that brings them together? Like, you ask a guy, why is a woman hot? They have one of three answers right off the bat. Is it because they're hairy? Is it because they're muscular? Is it because they're carnal? Is it because they're sharp-fanged? The claws? Because big, strong man can protect you and throw you around. Now, if I were to make that comparison to what we were just talking about earlier, we just had this discussion about what our moms like, right? Jason Momoa, The Rock, all of that sort of thing. Those are men that do that exact thing with their physique. Would you disagree? Big guy can protect you, toss you around. Do you, like, this is the full circle, right? This is the full circle. That is the exact point. That's what I was trying to tell you. It's just like, there is something. There is a common thread. It took us a while to get there, but, like, you followed my train here. Like, you got there. Because Jason Momoa is a big, hairy werewolf guy. You can't argue otherwise. That is exactly what Jason Momoa is. Now, knowing that,
Fur-faced idiot, why loiter there? Are we leaving or not?
knowing what we just figured out, you're still saying, in your heart of hearts, you would never pay for anything relating to that sort of stuff, NSFW-wise. Even with the personal connection that you're looking for. Like that connection, like, to a person. Just that carnal lust. You know, just that, ooh, he talks to me so good, and he treats me well, and ooh, the conversations we have, you know. Just that urge. Nothing. Even with all that, no. See, a guy would fall for that in a fucking heartbeat. On the flip side of things, hot girl, talking to him sweetly, treating him nice, being exposed, you know, all of these things. There's that market.
No more dawdling, Bob. My old friend! You must have had it rough all these years in this shithole! Rest easy! Once we're ashore, I'll take down that blasted temple to avenge you and Brother Snake! I hear you! Dead or alive, all suffer the same. You'd be better off staying a stone. Come on, cut the whip.
But I feel like it's more basic than that.
Those. Yes, stop the sobbing. Stay here and wait. I'll check on your snake, pal.
I feel like it's a more basic problem than that. Because we just established you wouldn't pay for that. But would you pay to go see a women's basketball game? A women's soccer game? Women's baseball game?
Young one, did you ever... Ah, don't cut me off while I'm speaking.
I'm also not a fan of sports, so I can agree with you there. But do you know any girls that you are aware of that would, even if they do like the sport? And which sport event are they going to? Are they going to the men's event, or are they going to the women's event? To find another sport on the flip side of things, yep, state team. And when you say state team, you don't mean the women's team, do you?
Keen eye. Ford the stream.
You want to know what's an equivalent
Interesting.
You don't think you have a women's football team? I mean, that's valid too. That's probably true. Men's figure skating. You think anybody's going to watch men's figure skating? Duos, sure, but men's figure skating? You do. Oh, that's true. Yuri on Ice. Okay, that was a bad example. But still. Let's assume we're not pan or gay or any of those in between. Obviously, like, in that show, they are very gay. But I don't know the lore of Yuri on Ice, so I have nothing to go on here. I haven't seen the show. But again, like, I'm just gonna bring out like an obvious statement here. But who do you think is paying to see a show about men's figure skating? Obviously, like, there's the Olympics and the competition. Have you actually saw it? Like, I'm genuinely asking. Have you actually gone to see men's figure skating? No, but you would. You would spend money to go see men's figure skating. You like hockey, and that's men on ice. What about women's hockey? Again, so you do have a love of just ice in general. So, okay, I got that. Somebody didn't watch, God, what's that fucking movie? Happened this year. I think they gave it an animation award. Inside Out 2. Didn't deserve it, but that's a different story. But no, that's about a girls' hockey team. Wasn't that good of a movie? But everybody really liked it for some fucking reason. I don't understand. But again, it just brings me back to the question of, like, who is spending the money? Who's taking the time? And obviously, I'm not one to, like, lie to my audience or my demographic and be like, oh, yeah, you know, because it would be fairly simple for me to, like, pretend like I'm a femboy or something like that, or that I'm somehow trans when I'm not. I want to be very clear about this. I am a cis male, right? Despite how my character looks today. And I know that's the bane of everybody's existence today, but that is where I fit. And so, like, I ask these questions because if I can make earning potential in a market that hasn't been tapped into yet, I want to see if I can fit into that niche somehow.
This must be a mistake, General. No, baboons. That yellow brow is surely cruel. Gotta give him that. A mute half-wit like you will be a lamb to the slaughter. You
I haven't gotten any, like, confident, like, responses, though, like, to this. It's like, it's always a quandary versus, like, oh, yeah, you could totally get into that, you know? When even asking these questions, I'm like, I don't know where it is. I don't know where that market lies. I don't see it. miss because he's a fucking dickhead. Because let's also run another hypothetical, right? So, let's say I ran a couples account, right? NSFW. Obviously, the market would still be heavily male. One way or the other. Do you know why that is? It's a really simple answer, but do you know why that is?
Turtle, enough with the tears. The Snake General has passed on. The once mighty generals, now tortured and shattered. His teardrop holds great power. Take it, as his thanks to you.
I'll wait for a response. I will wait. It wasn't meant to be a trick question.
One more treat from my rake!
Didn't hear the question you were typing? Okay, so I'll ask it again. Let's say I made a couples account. NSFW, right? It would have a heavily male following. Do you know why? Cuz girl. So, why? In this world where we're trying to be more equals over time and be better to ourselves and other genders and everything else like that, why is there not a similar thing just cause guy? Why isn't women would be there cause guy? What if it was cuz werewolf guy?
One more from me in the face. Are all my old friends in Yellow Brow's clutches now?
Lying! This is not for your eyes, young one.
Nasty piece of work, boy! Turn on you quick as sweet!
as well die. No chance at immortality. And forced to suffer your torment. This old log can hardly move a muscle
AI
as
fictional
he
character
is.
chapter free for ladies.
Only one of Shudong's resurrection pills can save me now.
One second. News is developing, and not like standard national news. It's just anyway. So AI fictional character chats are free for ladies. By that, do you mean like chat bots? Is that what you're talking about? And do you feel like and again, you don't have to speak for anybody else. Do you feel like women want a conversation?
That's enough rest. Onward now.
Why are you still here?
Oh no, I'm very familiar with the romance novels and the trashy novels and everything else like that. I'm also familiar with 50 Shades of Grey, which apparently is liked by so many women as far as the novel's concerned. Don't understand the movie, and I don't think anybody else does either. And what is a sexy man in those books? again, I think we're getting back to the same topic we were at before. I'm thinking it's Werewolf Guy, a.k.a. Jason Momoa. It was well enough that they made a movie. They thought it was good enough trash that they made it a movie. Somebody out there said, hey, that'll sell. Yeah, Twilight was terrible too. So I went with what was then my then life partner / girlfriend at the time to go see that movie because she also was interested in the books. We never went to another one after that. It was pretty bad. So, again, like, I don't want to draw the comparison to relationships. Because, again, I'm talking more instinctually primal feral. And I think that's the part that's hanging everybody up over here. Is like, you're thinking like, oh, well, I want somebody who's lovely and cute and cuddly and all that sort of stuff. And it's like, no, you don't. I'm not disagreeing with your sentiments, but romantically speaking, sure, that's what you want. But primally, right? If you're watching NSFW content, you want the guy who's a big manly guy, and he's tossing you around.
Did you ever hear the story of him? He used to be a measly altar boy to Maitreya in the east. Stole his master's vessel to gain great power. Where are your manners? I'm speaking here.
I keep interrupting Baji. But, like, again, the guy is simple. TNA. Tits and ass. Simple things. Primal. Carnal. Easy. Gets majority of the male population going. So what's that same trigger? And that's okay. No, listen, Fuqua, it's perfectly fine. Like, you have your own interpretation. It's perfectly okay. But, like, contextually, you understand why I'm asking these questions. It's like, I do want to know the answer to these questions. I'm not saying that you have the answer. I'm just saying there's something, right? There is a point. What is that point? Where is that tier? Is it only like a one-time drop and then like you can never get it again? Accentuated features. Okay. Which accentuated features?
It is a temple, no doubt. But look inside. Oh, fighting.
But I don't know that it necessarily is. I think it is like at a base level, it is musculature. I think it is just like big, muscly, burly guy. I think that's it. I think nothing else really matters. I think that alone is going to fulfill like a majority of the population. Am I wrong? I want a big, strong guy. Does that seem like an unfair statement? Whether that's what you actually love and find a relationship in, that's a completely different story. But, like, in a sexual urge sort of way, is that the draw?
The New West is rife with liars. Steer well clear. He's surely up to no good.
Away from me!
Okay, that's fair. Again, I'm bringing it up because it like, obviously I'm playing a game and I'm trying to keep the conversation going. If you want to change topics, we definitely can. I know that I go way too deep on things that don't really matter like that. Does something for people.
Wait. You won't... I was on a treasure hunt. I owe you my life, sir. Say, why is there nothing but Yaoguais in this so-called Buddha's realm? Can I look to you to save me again, sir, if they come back?
I think cinematography has a big draw.
Green without. Roundens, where can I find... Green with... Where can I find...
was the drinking gourd. That was what was over here. True. True. They draw it how they'd like to see it as a viewer, and yes. I feel like that's true for anything with animation. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I think, I hate to say it, like, obviously, Fuqua, you obviously enjoy watching what I do, or just relaxing and chilling with me and everything else like that. That's why you come and view the stream as consistently as you do. It's not every day, but that's fine. But, like, the whole point of the conversation, right, is basically, like, the simple issue of how do I grow? How do I gain more viewers? How do I get more participation? Bits, subs, otherwise, you know what I mean. Like, what's the factor? And obviously, I offshoot it into the NSFW stuff because I'm like thinking, well, that's an untapped market. No, it's fine. Listen, any clip is a good clip, even if it's bad. Like, it's fine. You're not going to hurt anything. Like, I wouldn't... I'm more of a thought... a thought-provoking streamer than I am a just speak-off-the-cuff sort of streamer. And I think that does hurt me in the viewership sense. Because I won't just say something stupid off the cuff, you know? Like, there are some streamers that just yap and yap and yap, and then they say something stupid, and then, ha 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 ha, wasn't that funny when they said that stupid thing? And it's just like, I don't try to be stupid. I may still say something stupid, but I don't try to do it intentionally. But no, I've always said, like, any clip that you make of my stream, or anybody's stream for that matter, is extremely helpful. Like, no matter what. I greatly appreciate that. And I will never think otherwise. But yes, sometimes I do take things a little bit far. And I think some people do take it a little bit personally when I bring certain logical flaws into the equation. Because I can be a little off-putting, and I apologize for that. It wouldn't be the first time I've done that either. And I don't ever mean any ill will to anybody. I really don't.
If you can't handle the hard work.
An enclosure lies there. You go to...
But no, like, it's really just like, what do my viewers want to see? What do they want to engage in? What sort of dialogue or, like, sort of stream should I be doing? Right? That's the real basic form of the question. And how could I advance that further? Like, what's the progression? So even if they're completely silent, and they're not saying anything, and they're just playing their game, perfectly fine. Occasional comfortable silence is fine. Oh yeah, that's where that door was. Okay. And I'm definitely... Huge new studio turns out for it. No. That's fair, Fuqua. It's fair. And obviously, you know me through other social circles as well, so like that's completely understandable.
If you're looking for the temple, just follow me. Hider! Here's my knife to break!
No, and I listen. Do not mistake my frustrations or my complaints for anything that, like, I'm not saying that you all aren't doing that. Just being here is more than enough. I am not saying anything otherwise, but I do appreciate you all being here. The only reason I bring it up is because I am really invested, right? Like, I've been doing this for years and years, and I would love to be able to do this comfortably and just be able to stream as much as possible. Like, nothing would make me happier than to just be able to do this professionally, full-time, not worry about anything. So I'd like to engage the community more and more and more. So I'm just trying to figure out what sort of things draw similar interest to you that it would for other people, right? Because again, I am just one person. There's only so much I can do. I would love to be able to do more and more and more, stream all through the night, all that sort of stuff. But, like, I need to get the word out there. I need to get socials going. I need to get art done. I need editors, all that sort of stuff. And there's just not enough time with full-time work plus streaming and everything else currently. So, really, the sort of engagement I need might just have to be some sort of monetization somewhere to make it more viable. So I'm looking for avenues to where that monetization is reasonable without taking away from anything, you know? Not causing anybody to feel like they're obligated to do it.
Ease up and get back. Let me heal you first.
But like something to expand. Because there is nothing I'd love to do more. Because essentially I work off a laptop, right? Don't have room to think when viewing is on that platform. No, and I feel like that I have both forms available for both types of viewers just in case, right? It's like, okay, maybe they just enjoy watching the content. And that's why I have so many goddamn videos. It's just like, yeah, okay.
I need a rest. That pavilion looks like a good place.
You like this form of engagement. I like this form of engagement. You want to be in the stream chat. You don't want to be in the stream chat. Both are valid. Oh, for sure. For sure. And, like, I definitely do go against, like, the social norms where, like, everybody's like, oh, this is a 10 out of 10 game. Look how amazing it is, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, well, what about this thing? Or what about that thing? Or what about this thing over here? And don't get me wrong. I don't do that for every game, but, you know, like, I don't really go with the normal trend of, oh, Minecraft's a great game. I love Minecraft. I couldn't give a shit less about Minecraft. I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm just saying personally, I don't really care for it. I also feel the same way about Fortnite, but when Miku skin came out, of course I'm playing Fortnite, so, you know, that's... Maybe if Minecraft does something like that, we might have something to talk about. They probably already have, honestly, with the mod packs, but still.
Oi, kid, you look suspicious. What kind of Yao Guai are you?
I'm looking at that Buddha over there. See his belly button? It's so big. Me and you, we look way smaller.
Buddha? Where is it?
You see no Buddha because you think no Buddha. No thought, no sight.
I, the sacred gourmand, saw enough Buddhas before you were born. Foolish brat. You didn't see that coming, did you?
True hearts find their path, and the Buddha is on that path. Why not worship around with true hearts, for Buddhas may light your path.
Worship my hoof. Visit temples, kneel to figures, tell no black from white. That's my master. I am fed up with all these skin-deep rites.
No true heart, the path is sealed. With true heart, it's revealed. Visit each temple you encounter and worship, or the true face of Buddha will always
But no, like, again, like, just at a base level, it's just like, I want to do more. I want to do more for my streams and my community. Like, that is it.
Ah, I get it now. For Buddhas, that boy said.
It's just currently irresponsible of me to, like, do more than I'm already doing.
You
right?
Monk. Can't reason with him.
And I've talked about this for years, but I do need help. Like, I need some way to expand, some way to make a connection, some way to get things moving. And of course, I'm always appreciative of anybody who shows up for any reason. But unless we're just going to stay at the status quo, which is just me streaming whenever I can, then that's what we're doing.
Just go through the motions, boy. Who knows if it's true or not? That little monk was speaking riddles.
Like, even if it's small stuff, like clips, sending out word to, like, your friends, you know, getting other people involved, engaging in the stream with either chatting or making mention of it on socials or anything like that. These are all amazing things, right? And even if you're just viewing and you do none of those things, that's perfectly valid. Like, if you're here, that means more than anything.
Back when we journeyed to the New West, our master took it from Mount Lingshan. He visited and kneeled to every figure until Yellowbrow captured him. I'm not my master.
And so the tough struggles for me, especially VR chat wise and everything else, when I did stream that game, it's not that I, you know, lack any acquaintances or anything else like that, but I could never get anybody to stick around because they were busy with other things or had other obligations. And so I'd end up alone, either by choice or otherwise. And not that you can't enjoy yourself alone in VR chat, but it's really, really hard to keep yourself and a stream entertained by doing nothing in a world on your own.
Worship my hoof. Let's go back.
Especially if you don't have the qualifications necessary to basically meet the staple demand, which is, oh, do you have a good-looking avatar? Are you engaging? All that sort of stuff. And it's really difficult with the wrong social group, or especially in a public, which is almost impossible because you're trying to keep on your toes the whole time to make sure you're not in a situation where somebody's doing something awful. And I've risked the scale a couple of times just to see what I would get, and I was always disappointed on the public end of things. In spite of the funny moments that we did get from that, like the best moments were usually privately with people and friends that I could trust at the time. And other than, like, the past couple of days and streams and everything else like that, like, I'm very grateful for Chloe. So, she's been amazing. Like, at least learning how to work Bridget and Guilty Gear. Which, again, is more than I would have expected of anybody. Because she got fully invested into the game. See, that's the thing, right? Like, I don't feel like matching the top 6 or the top streamers is the right mindset to be in. The reason I say that is because the top streamers aren't really engaging with their audience. Their audience is just along for the ride. Do you follow Lucian at all? I think that's her name. She's like a sheep VTuber. Okay, that's fine. Basically, she has like this thing, and apparently she's a Twitch partner. I don't know when that happened. But she's offering manager services for like 300 and some odd dollars per month, and then 300 every month after that. And I'm like, what exactly would that even entail? And like I said, I would love to have a schedule every week, but I can't do that consistently unless this is like an actual job that I'm undertaking. Wasn't there supposed to be a hidden path? I feel like there was. Maybe I'm stupid. I'm looking for like a cliff face that I feel like I'm missing. But maybe it wasn't here. Could have sworn it was here, though. Because there's a Skanda or something. But like you have to have a rough idea, but like the fact that I could introduce somebody to the concept of something that I enjoy, and then they also engaged in that thing that I enjoy and enjoy that themselves without any other like prompting is so huge to me. Like, that was such a big moment for me. Maybe it's not over here. It doesn't look right. Spoken with several managers, and the answers vary case by case for those that aren't in full-time content creation. And when were
It's not
you...
easy to pick up
When were
You
you...
two monkeys are identical on this. Shame on you.
When were you having these conversations? Was this in VR? Like, obviously, you trust them enough to, like, basically either assume that they're managers or something along those lines. So I'm not doubting what you're saying. Discord back and forth? Is there, like, a manager Discord? I'm not doubting that there is. I'm just curious. I know there's a moderator Discord. I haven't been on that in a minute.
Chubby one, we've done the rites. Where's the path?
The path? Isn't it always there?
Don't you trick me, you bald, pot-bellied brat. All I'm seeing are mountains, no path at all.
He sees wisely with faith. You are daft without it.
Cut your nonsense. You must be that trickster himself, fooling us all along.
Because I know...
Take my rake.
Like...
Why so rude? I didn't force you to kneel. Throwing a tantrum at your age? Shame on you!
You brat! Save your stupid path. I'll borrow one myself. You go on first. I'll meet you at the summit.
When, I know Leaf is actually looking for a manager as well. So I'm curious as to, like... availabilities. Because if they've got, like, a decent track record or a portfolio, then I'd be interested as well. Obviously, she'd come first because she is already partnered, but, like, you get what I mean. It's like, if it's reasonable, I have no problem with that. Because I do need that sort of help. Right. Because I right now I do everything solo. I've always done everything solo to a certain degree. And I've asked a couple of friends like some questions here and there. But like I set up the stream. I made all the stuff. And I've paid for like some basic emotes and all that sort of stuff. I would love more. I'd especially love like to make fan art editions. You know? Like, I would love to introduce, like, an emote that is just, like, a fan-made emote. It doesn't even have to make sense. It's just like, hey, you want to use this? Go ahead and use it. Community emote. Now, obviously, I would like it to make sense, but, like, it doesn't have to make sense. You want to know what I did in high school when we were designing t-shirt designs? We were designing t-shirts, and we were making designs for t-shirts. Yeah, I need to get back into Google courses, too. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. But anyway, so... it was for a high school, and we were going to sell shirts, right? So we were going to sell shirts, it was going to go to a fund, blah, 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 whatever. The shirt that ended up winning was literally just a cartoon moose head. It made no fucking sense. Our mascot was not a moose. It was just a moose head, a cartoon moose head. And we laughed our asses off because that's what we designed. And I bought one at the time. I don't know what happened to it now. It's probably long gone. But, like, one of my favorite shirts of all time. And it was a stupid fucking shirt. It was basically Bullwinkle, but, like, worse Bullwinkle, you know? But, like, we all made our own designs, but that was the one that won. It's like, it has nothing to do with the school. Has nothing to do with anything. It's just a fucking cartoon moose head on a shirt. And that was it. And we were fucking having a riot laughing at that. And then we had a speech class, like this is just following up on the same sort of like trope. We had a speech class where we had to give a speech about, I think it was like our favorite animal or something like that. And it was supposed to be like 5 minutes long. And then the class was supposed to grade your speech, right? Like they all got little forms, they'd fill it out with the numbers. So we got one of our classmates to go up there, and his whole speech was, I like dolphins. Or something along those lines. That was the whole speech. Everybody gave him like a perfect score. And what could you do? Because like that was literally how the class was designed. It's just like, okay. And I think this was before the whole I like turtles things had even came out, so that made it even funnier. Because, like, we didn't even know that was a thing yet. Oh, it was here. That's where it was. Yeah. Sometimes it's better not to ask questions. Obviously, like, part of it was, like, I think this was my senior year. And a lot of the seniors were just sick and tired of, like, high school in general. I graduated early, by the way. Like, I got out of high school in January of our graduation year. Because I had college courses I had to go to. So, I still attended the graduation and, like, some required courses, quote unquote. They weren't really required, but, like, the school had to, like, fucking say it was. But otherwise, I had, like, basically free afternoons. Unless I had college. And obviously, introductory college courses are fairly simple, okay? At least they were for me. I'm sorry for anybody who really struggled in college. I didn't, for the most part. But, so, it was just like, we were done. Like, we were out already. It was basically senior mode from day one. This is also the school that graded on a stupid fucking curve, where if you got below a 70, you were failing. So, obviously, like, if you're not American, this isn't going to make any sense, but, like, for America, you get A, B, C, and D at 10% increments. So 90 to 100 is an A, 80 to 89 is a B, 70 to 79 is a C, and then 60 to 69, giggity, is a D. And a D is still technically passing in some schools. Other schools argue it's failing, but, like, either case. Dropping your lab today? Fair. So, our school decided it wanted to fuck up the grading scale. So now, if it's like, I think it was like 77 to 70, that's a D. 78 to like 85 is a C. 85 to 92 was a B. And then anything above that was an A. Right? So they really fucked up the grading scale. And they said, oh, but it's for the students' benefits, which is complete bullshit. Because there is nobody, no college, that I'm aware of that has ever looked at the number versus the letter grade and been like, oh, okay. Being completely honest, like, they really wanted to fuck us over at our high school for whatever goddamn reason. And I think it's because they were trying to get more kids into the community college, which is essentially what high schools in any one community are trying to do. Because they'd rather have you go to the community college than they would anywhere else. For example, they literally told, and this is a West Point graduate, by the way. He is now a West Point graduate and has had a full military career before him. They told my youngest brother, oh, you should look at other schools other than West Point. They told my youngest brother, with aspirations to go to West Point, you should look at other colleges. How fucked up is that? Only for him to be a West Point graduate. Our family is not full of idiots. And I'm not saying that anybody who goes to community college is an idiot. I'm not saying that at all. But what I am saying is that the school failed at its job to get the student to their goal. Because the next year, we got my brother into a military academy, which then got him into West Point.
One monkey dead, and another shows up. The face of the destined one. It will fit me just as well.
not going to let me do this. There's more to this fight. I guess it was just a sneak peek. Oh yeah, I took the long route, right? It's a long way around. But I went to a technical school. A now defunct technical school, but like at the time it was not. Due to some shady loan practices after the fact. And my general goal was to get into game design. I really wanted to get into game design. The problem was, at the time, and I don't know if it's changed since then, if you're not working for like a major company, and even if you are, a lot of the time they'll hire on a team for just that project, and then once the project's over, everyone's fired, which means it's contract work. Which means no consistent paycheck, no guarantee that you're going to find new work, very risky work. Not to mention, you may not get benefits. Now, there are... Nowadays, thanks to people like Pirate Software and everything else like that, companies that are coming around and understanding that, hey, maybe that's kind of fucked up to do. But by the time like I'd caught into everything, like it was a little too late for me at that point, and I had to like buckle down with an actual paying full-time job with some stability. Not saying it's guaranteed stability, but it is some stability. But, like, that's the thing, right? It's like I still want to do the things I want to do. I want to expand my abilities and my talents. It's just rough. Like, that's the thing. get. No, like, that's the thing. But you are going, well, okay, so I'm not going to say that nursing's a bad thing. But nursing compared to like a doctorate doesn't pay nearly as well, and I know. Nursing is probably more vital than a doctor's degree, but they won't tell you that. One of the things that's always stuck with me that I kind of agree on, though, like, I had a family friend who passed away. He was dating my aunt at the time. They were technically, like, in-law married, but, you know, like, they had never, like, officially tied the knot. So the way he described his visit to the hospital, and he was going cancer treatments and everything else like that, is that he would order food, right, on his dime, obviously because he's footing the bill, and he'd get 2 desserts. He'd get one for himself, and then he'd hand one to his nurse. And it's because the nurse was with him the whole time, very sweet, very nice, very kind, very gentle. And he took a look at his doctor, who would be like barking orders at them and be like, hey, she's been here the whole time. She's been in my room taking care of me and doing all these things. Who are you to like give her a hard time? Because, as far as I'm concerned, as the patient, you haven't been here. And so that's always really stuck with me, is just like, yeah, no, that's fair. Because, like, even during my time in the hospital, like, it was never really a doctor that was there. I saw a doctor, like, the last time I went to a hospital for emergency care. I didn't see a doctor until 5 days after I'd shown up. It was all nursing staff before then. Now, granted, there may have been a doctor behind the scenes, like, making fucking calls or whatever, but I never saw them. So I think we're going to call it right there, because I went on longer than I intended anyway. It's past midnight. So anyway, again, I do want to thank you all for being here. Thank you all for watching. I do bring up these hypotheticals and like all these other questions with a grain of salt. I don't want anybody to like expect me to like change immediately or even within the year or anything else like that. But these are things to like consider, because I do want to treat this as a potential option for living in the future. And I've been doing this a long time. I've been doing this for multiple years. So any assistance is always greatly appreciated, no matter how minute it may be. Recommending to your friends, clips, donations, like gift subs, all that sort of stuff. And I promise, any of that investment, unless it is otherwise specified, goes back to the stream. Like, that's my guarantee. Also, this is my fucking Steam acting up. Pause. Alright, anyway. Just dropping frames because it's trying to download an update. Um, but yeah, like it all comes back to the stream. It's like I may get $50 every other month. Maybe not even that much anymore. A lot of people have either had to cancel their subs or can't invest as much money or anything else like that. Completely understandable. Um, but it's just like I want to grow, I want to expand, and I want to engage the community more. I want to bring everybody in, you know, get everybody involved. And that's why I play such a huge expanse of games as well. Like anybody who's watched my streams knows that any one day I could be streaming a number of different games. It could be literally anything. It could be a racing game, could be a shooting game, could be a fighting game, could be a puzzle game, could be an RPG, could be a Souls-like, could be a rogue, could be fucking who knows. But I want to continue to do these things. I want everybody to be involved, whether you're an artist, whether you're a lurker, whether you're a chatter, whether you're a gamer, whether you're somebody who just likes to talk, chat, and all these other things, perfectly fine. You want to do random shit with this stream? Perfectly fine. I will talk to you literally about as much as I can that Twitch will allow. I have no issues about any of those. Personal opinions, political opinions, statements, thoughts, scientific journalism, math. I know everybody loves math. I love math, but I'm the uncommon denominator there. So, again, do not take anything that I'm saying as, oh, he's tired of what he's doing, oh, he's never going to stream again, or anything else like that. No matter what happens, I will probably continue to stream until I'm dead. Honest to God, unless they like shut down every streaming site on the goddamn planet, I will probably be streaming until I'm dead. I will probably be making videos until I'm dead. But I want them to be things that you all find either entertaining, interesting, or engaging. Or all of the above. That is my goal. For that to happen, it's gonna take support. That's the thing. And this is true for any streamer. Like, if you have a streamer you really love or you really enjoy, support the shit out of them, no matter how you can do it. Again, the simplest things are watching the stream, making clips, telling your friends. You don't have to do all three of those. You can do only one of those. Perfectly fine. But do this, even if it's not for me, do this for your streamer. Do this for somebody. Do this once a day. Okay, maybe not once a day. Once a week is probably fine. But it's just good to get into a habit. It's just like, I thought that moment was interesting. I thought that topic was all right. I thought that moment was funny. Look at my fucking streamer do this stupid shit. Clipped, marked, noted, shared. All of those things. Free to do. And then, if you do have some income that you want to freely share, I'm not saying you should, but if you do, and this also helps with like when you're looking at the ads, if you don't want to see ads anymore, the best thing to do is obviously subscribing. Or Twitch Turbo, which I do, but subscribing does help. And for more direct contributions, there's donations. Bits are also fine. I think I have some soundboard stuff, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since it's been activated. And there's also merch. If there's something you want to see as merch, let your streamer know. In their Discords, !March socials, by the way, their Twitters, their DMs, if you can get a hold of them. Be like, hey, I'd really like to see such and such. Cool. I'll put it in the thought process. But that's it. That's where I'm going to leave you all. You all can go where you may. I don't have anywhere to point you today. But at some point I probably will. So, with all that being said, thank you. I do appreciate the conversation. I do like yapping to yap. I didn't get through much of Chapter 3 today, but I got through a good chunk of it, so that's fine. We're at the tail end of it, basically. So, anyway, have a good night. I will see you all next time. We'll stream tomorrow. I'm not sure what we're going to stream tomorrow. It might be more Monkey Game, but we'll see. So, take care. Have a good night. Bye-bye.